Hi. Hope you're enjoying this lovely still image of the rain pouring down, the reservoir getting arbitrarily full because it's already making water itself. Some barrels off to the side showing my current inventory of iron and steel. Kind of a mess, honestly. But that's not important. What's important is that it's Greg. And that's really what matters. That's like the whole emotional through line. I don't know why I'm trying to be sentimental about this. It's Greg Tech, New Horizons. We're here. Time is progressing. Look at all this water. Conveniently, none of it on something that might catch fire, which is good. That was sort of the motivation behind having most of the technology be under the building and the rest of it being in a nice dry patch of land. So, guess I should go over the recap of things I did off stream. This is the big change. I've taken all of the major important material and I've made barrels of ingots for them here. You can see the structural components for each technological tier. Steel, aluminum, stainless steel in order. I also have the iron barrel right below it because technically iron and steel can be made into a similar thing. I've also got copper and tin. I questioned to myself whether I should have added brass or maybe even electrum, but I didn't. I just kept it at these two. Aside from that, it's just the normal, regular processing of materials just to get them through the line. Got some chalcopyrite. Let's melt some chalcopyrite. I also did a little processing of copper. There was a copper quest for getting all annealed, which I got now. I did that because it unlocked something we could buy with the coins, even though I didn't care. Made some more electrum. Oh, and you may remember that there was engines prepared to be made here. I went and built enough electrum to make all of the engines in that craft. So we now have 15 high voltage motors. And that's good. Now today's plan is, well, now that I've itemized all of our materials here, it's become clear what we do have and what we don't have. Our stainless steel and aluminum supplies are pretty similar. Having multiple stacks of this stuff, I think, will definitely allow us to make some good stuff. Just, machine or 5. So that'll let us do some industry. The big one I'm worried about is copper, actually. Compared to tin, which is 53 stacks of the dang stuff, copper we only have 8.5. Originally, I thought, well, this is fine. We've moved away from copper in terms of major production. But we really haven't. We're still making a lot of medium voltage tier technology for general use, low tier as well. Cooper nickel is going to be a big thing for those, to make all the motors and stuff. And I do want to make all the motors and stuff. But also, copper is being used in mass in making the circuit boards here. Oh, and I've been filling up this thing profusely. It's blocked up on sodium because it's blocked up on sodium bisulfate because it's blocked up on persulfate because it's blocked up on persulfate. And the other side, it's blocked up on sulfuric acid because it's blocked up on... I should go from the other side. It's blocked up on hydrogen and sulfur because it's blocked up on diluted sulfuric because it's blocked up on sulfuric because it's blocked up on more sulfuric. Effectively, the bottleneck here is we're out of copper foil. So we gotta fill those in. The other things I'm worried about is... Let me check my notes for the actual name here. I wanted to get sphalerite as a source of gallium again. Because if we want to get, like, major boolage, then we need gallium. We've got plenty of arsenic. So, sphalerite for that. I've also, because I've seen this thing back up, am now worried about our sulfur supply. We're going to need a lot of sulfur now. Sure, the rubber isn't using much, but the circuit boards definitely are. So I think we need to get more sulfur. Fortunately, sulfur and sphalerite are found in the same location. So I propose a dual, just like a double, like two of them, mining expedition. One to get copper from wherever, and one to get sulfur and sphalerite jointly. Yeah. So to start off, let's clean the inventory a little bit. Gotten a bunch of random junk over the eons. And I find all the junk, perspective junk, to be of some value, just not ones that we have to hold in our inventory constantly. Now, we don't have to fully empty the inventory. We just want to make sure that we have respectable amounts of space for the various everything we have. I don't even remember where I got the books from. Maybe there was a quest that I handed in. Doesn't matter. Let's empty. We know we want to keep these three just because I would like to just make marks on the world to help inform my future self. We can make like arrows that point, hey, go this way. And I think that'd be funny. So as much as it's clogging in inventory space, I'm fine to keep it around. The screwdriver and wrench I want to keep on me just as a matter of it's good to have. Wire cutter. We can put the wire cutter away. Hammer, wrench. We know that the backpack is empty of everything right now, so we should have free reign to just put stuff away. Unfortunately, our system of inventories and everything has gotten more and more refined. I'm going to bring a different sword. I know this is our best sword, and this sword is similar but lacks the sharpness, but if we get into a combat situation, I want to make sure we can survive. Not exactly sure where to put glass. I'll put it in here, I suppose. It's like a minor technological block. We can put the charcoal away and then take a stack of charcoal out. I want to use these for torches later. In case we need them. Put away the empty cells into here. Put the vacuum tube and processor assembly in their respective locations inside the clean room. No. Yes. There you go. And here, I think. Organization of this stuff is a little abstract, but it works. Hang glider we definitely want. The axes are fine to keep around. Maybe not both, but both of them. These three are good. These three are good. Tool Forge is an important utility in case something gets low on durability, even though we won't have any cobalt with us. Which is fun. Maybe we bring some cobalt. Just a little bit. Good. Okay. dolly is good to have. We could make those torches now and fill the same amount of inventory space. Hey! Hello. So that inventory space is filled. The turbines go into here technically, though I'm hesitant to part ways with them. Check the lunch. Lunch is looking all right. We're out of large sandwiches. No worries. We have the supplies to make more. 3. Onion. Doot. Put those back in. Plenty of sandwiches, plenty of snacks. I think we are ready to go. Begin expedition. What wait. Thought of something. If we're leaving the base, we don't have to worry about pollution, and we want to make sure that this armor survives. So put it in here, swap out for some decent combat armor. I'll take it. Our choices are not very good. Great. I'm going to start with the riskier one and go to the nether. And fail to jump off of a chest. And remember that we're not protected from the damage of the heated pipes. And just walk over there like a chump. Oh, another thing I did, which doesn't really have a material effect, but I did it, is I did some more charting of the Twilight Forest, and more specifically, its ore veins. Just to get an idea of what's out there. Okay. Let's see here. The big sulfur supplies are out this way. Oh yeah, I remember getting murdered. Let's just forget that one happened and move on. But yes, I think we get to this through the underground tunnels, so we don't need to explore from up here, although I physically can. All right, off we go. That's a aggressive spider, huh? We do very much still fear the locals. I am not equipped for combat in any way, shape, or form. And unfortunately, there are a lot of locals. Ready and waiting to have an opinion on what I'm doing. Yellow limonite. Yellow. Okay, this is the iron vein. I was hoping one of them was sulfur so I could just use it for scouting. No such luck. Just start my operations here. And then take one of those, put them in there. It works. I was hoping it would find more veins. But since it's not, I guess we can just get started. I've probably already ransacked this place for most sphalerite it holds. But that's fine because we also want sulfur. That's unhygienic. You want to have good hygiene when out and about. Good hygiene also means a hygienic environment. Make sure we're keeping the place from getting any unwanted foreign material. Being vigilant for any problems. Who knows, you may just prevent an entire problemo. Meanwhile, I have this idea of digging all the way to this other ore vein and dealing with lava all the same. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. Good thinking with that torch, instinct and luck. Alright, this should be the vein. So where are the goods? This vein might be at a different altitude. There's deviation like that. Let's just make this our a dumping zone for some netherrack. Also got a large collection of random junk. Put those in there for now. Alright. Something's above here. It doesn't look like lava. I'll treat it with the same threat as if it's lava, just in case. Oh, it was lava. Okay. So there's a lava pool above us. So our best hope for safe mining would be if the sulfur vein's below us. But the odds of us being that lucky are low. Getting higher every day. Ah. You need to be careful. This is a very popular location for lava. Like a major lava attraction. I'm trying to denote the lava as like a tourist of some kind, but the joke doesn't make sense. The joke doesn't have to make sense. Plenty of sulfur. How much sulfur do we get from sulfur. We get 2 sulfur per sulfur, with an extra bonus for bonus. We could dole out the extra money for a high voltage macerator. If we do, we'll be able to get the bonus sulfur. But more importantly, we'll be able to get the bonus gallium. Never mind, we only get that if we go the thermal centrifuge route. We could go the thermal centrifuge route. We're allowed to do that. Just low voltage, 2 amp low voltage. That's interesting, but low voltage all the same. We get some free cadmium, but then we'll take this stuff, macerate it in high voltage for the bonus, and get some free gallium. Statistically, 1 in 10 odds. Then with the sphalerite electrolyzing, it's a... I'm going to say 1 in 20. I'm rounding. It's like 1 in 21. So yeah, that would double gallium. The gallium doubler. With a good block of gallium, we can start to make circuits unrestricted. Is there no third ore in a sulfur vein like this? Ah, there's pyrite. Have I found any of the stuff? I have. Okay, carry on. Okay, I'm going to declare this like the edge of the vein. It doesn't go further that way. It just stopped. But that's good. We got our bounce. Ho 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 ho! We've broken into a chamber. We've broken into a bit more than a chamber. Alright, one problem at a time. First, deal with that full inventory. As for this pool of lava, it's vaguely getting in the way of our mining operations. So I'm going to fill it in. I'm also going to break these so that they stop being on fire. I don't really need the dirt. This is not a perfect solution. You can already tell there are spots here where the lava is too deep. At the very least, we can make some progress. In terms of layer theory, which I don't know if it applies here, I feel like the sphalerite is... Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Okay, where the heck did they come from? Okay. We have a problem. Alright, let's remember our training here. Our objective is simple. We get the heck back over there. I'm bringing these sandwiches. We sprint all the way back over there, we get our stuff back, we clear up the place. And then we figure out why the heck there's just a giant mob of mobs. And seal in however they're getting in. Hopefully, my untimely demise has caused the enemies to not care about me anymore, because logically I'm a different person. They may have even disbanded. Either way, we're going to have to return to the scene of the crime and figure out what the heck happened. What did happen, I wonder? I was obliterated. Okay, so possible theories. There was an entrance above that I didn't notice until it was too late. Another possibility. There was an area that they all just spawned in as a coherent group. They descended from above. And I believe they descended from the very hole I made, so they would have had to have spawned here. I'm not seeing any illegal entrances. Ay, 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 ay. Leave me be. Peace be upon myself, because you leave me freaking be! Not a fan of these developments. Okay. Peace has been restored. Get everything back operational. Oh, your job was to just boot up pixels and make one pixel different? I see how it is. Separately though, hello. New helmet! It's slightly better. I feel more protected already. Oh, there's my pants. You need a good pants. Okay, back in the survive zone. I'm still a little emotionally rattled, but I'm physically revived, and we can now proceed with the... Get rid of that one, please. We can proceed with the Sulfur and Sphalerite expedition. You know, I don't have these nether shards innately. Wrath, etc. Maybe I should keep them around. Not too much of a burden on the inventory. And like, this seems important. Is it important? Hard to say. It seems like it might be uncommon that it died and dropped it. I'll bring it with me. Now that everything's back to normal, we can go back to mining. Focus on the sphalerite, because that's the rarer material. Sulfur just happens. Sulfur happens. Maybe they just don't care about the torches. And the real problem was that just they spawn in high-light conditions because they're not technically a hostile mob until I commit robbery. What a tragically inconvenient technicality that is. Oh, more lava. We lost a lot of sulfur to that. That's okay. Okay. Because it doesn't like being on the first. Oh! A clue! Secret blood pool. Of blood. Good question. What happens when blood and lava mixes? What happens when blood and water mixes? Oh, I went in a loop. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Geometry reaffirmed. Okay, take out these. Keep the sphalerite. Inventory. Okay, we have... This has to be enough sulfur. I have to assume this is enough sulfur for the time being. The notion that we would need more is absurd. And the backpack's full. The expedition might have to end soon. Relatively quick. In that case, focus on sphalerite. Ignore it if it ain't sphalerite. Hello, Thega. You're too late. Donut X3 has already booted up Excels like a few minutes before you arrived. You've got competition for bootloader. Alright, looking good here. We got some small sphalerite in the ceiling. Dude. That's not sphalerite, that's saltpeter. Also known as fool's sphalerite. By me right now. Because it tricked me. And I will not let it make a fool out of me, so I'm gonna make it the fool. And name it something, thus changing the narrative. You've been renamed. Ah. Should have seen that one coming. Give us a little bit of a buffer to work with. A little bit of a chasm of too deep here. Uh-oh. Super deep. Let's not mess with that, then. Okay. Technically no more sphalerite here, and so I'll step out. What lovely timing for that noise. What do we have here? Some kind of dastardly chamber. Oh. A naturally occurring bit of cobalt. Naturally occurring bit of fire. Interesting. I could just take you. I guess I am. I mean, one cobalt ore is not that big a deal. We've got cobaltite now. We don't need cobalt normal. Ooh. Aha. Okay, you know what? This is maybe part of the solution to the pig question. Maybe this region existed, they could spawn in it, and maybe they cluster spawned it through a wall? Maybe I'm making excuses for myself. Oh, it's possible. Yeah, the vein goes out quite far. Let's focus down some last bits of sphalerite and get out of here. That way, I'd rather go up here. We're back at the lava pool. I think we're good. Oh, I remember here. Lava caves are expansive indeed. That makes sense. One pool of lava begets another. Truly, that's the way of things. This is why I don't feel safe in the Nether. There's just molten adversity everywhere. Can't even go mine some exotic flammable material without being worried you're going to catch on fire and explode. Regardless, I think the haul is good. Now we will head back to base and do some slightly more advanced material processing. Invent our first thermal centrifuge and learn the ways of making the most gallium possible. I'm real happy you're not mad at me or can't move. It's one of the two. I think we're home free. Maybe I should go and find a closer sulfur vein. Maybe I should delegate mining sulfur and sulfur-based byproduct to the machines. Just put down a drill and a chunk loader and just let it deal with all the pain and misery. At least the zombies won't be mad at that. They don't understand the concept of a machine as servant to another creature. They think it's just like a natural occurrence, like a landslide. They don't know to be mad at it. I can't tell if you're mad at me. I'm going to assume maybe and run. Out of here. In here. Welcome back to the relative safety of not the Nether. Glad you could visit. Well, now we can learn thermal centrifugality. Two things we have to learn. Centrifugality, thermal centrifugality. That was a clarification, not a second item on the list. And high voltage maceration. So as much as I'm holding the material I would like to process, before we can do any material processing, we need to get building. Good enough. Keep all those with us. Actually, put those in here. And you in there. Nice. All right, so I'm fairly confident that we have the materials we need to do this. First off, I am currently holding 3 medium voltage generators in reserve. One of them we can simply transform, step down into 4 amps of low voltage, and that's our thermal centrifuge sorted. The high voltage macerator will need a high voltage gas generator. Oops. Which is a turbine. 2 motors, 2 high voltage, steel rotors, machine hull, gold cable. All things we can do easily now. Immediately right now. Because we already have the motors. As for the thermal centrifuge, what's the speed on these things? 25 seconds. The actual recipe is pretty simple. It's a slow process. Hmm. We have options. Yeah, it's going to be 2 amps no matter what I do. Obviously, it's overclocking everything to be 6 seconds long, which is really, really good. Okay, ignoring that for a second and thinking about the next thing. We need a macerator high voltage, which is the Univulsor macerator, it seems. I'm going to check from the high voltage quest first anyway, because that... Yeah, most important machine in high voltage is the universal macerator. Additional output slot to get more materials when macerating ores. You want this really badly. Goodbye to gallium worries. That's exactly what I'm here for. So what's it take? Diamond grinding head, electric motor piston, 2... Okay, this is normal stuff. Big concerns are the piston, which we don't have, and the diamond grinding head, but I think we got lucky in a treasure box somewhere, because I'm pretty sure... Where would this be? I'm checking blindly. I should not be checking blindly, but I'm fairly confident that we already possess one of those. There it is. Fantastic. The recipe for it is not that complicated either. Double steel we can make manually. Diamond dust we get from diamond, and diamond we can get from diamond, because it is what it is. That's the power of the identity law. We put it in the identity machine, and we get out that thing. So if we have it and we want it, we can convert it into it. So we can have it. Guess we start making that then. Cool. High voltage macerator. And one... Two things for right now. I'm going to skip the thermal centrifuge right now because I don't know what tier I want to make it. For now, we make the everything else. Prep some gold wire while we're at it. Gold cable, my mistake. Not really holding a lot of gold in ingot form. It's all in dust form because our gold is coming almost exclusively from our glowstone farm. Like so. But we do have a lot of it. And we have the methods with which to smelt it quickly. So this is no problem. No problem at all. In you go. Hey, we already got stuff here. I'll take 8, just to be comprehensive about it. Oh, right, I'm back in the factory. I should put on my hazmat stuff. Don't have to go into war mode. Merely expansionary defense. Vending machine should be done. Let's take these out, put these in. We got the cable to make 1. And now I got the cable to make 2. Oh, and we already have one from earlier. Forgot about that thing. Keep it in there for added comedy. Okay, starting with the... I suppose I'd rather start with the macerator, so let's do this. Assuming the recipe for a piston is the exact same as the normal system, it would be 3 plate, 2 rod, a gear. We should do this via fluid extraction for convenience. Small gear, to clarify. One, 2, 3. And then the rest of it should be the rods. Meanwhile, prepare it in here. 3 plate, gear, our cable. 2. Rod should go in the middle, get our motor out. There, rods are ready. Put that back, take the rods out here, put them in this thing, shape it together, we have a piston. Another motor for the actual machine. Now we need the circuits. The big step. Okay. Up we go. We have 2 already, so we can make the generator, but we will need to make more now. And this is how we make more. So it's red alloys for both. I'm just trying to compare and contrast these. Okay. Yeah, instead of transistors, you have RAM. And instead of resistors, you have coils. Okay. So logically, for that purpose, we take these coils out, we take the RAM out, we put in resistors. We also need some CPUs. Capacitor, we're going to need some transistors for this. And then it's the plastic boards. I'm not being exacting on how many I'm making here. For what I want to do, if we're doing the high voltage thermal centrifuge, we're going to need 2 for the centrifuge, 4 for the generators, 2 for the macerator, and 2 for the generator for the macerator, which means we need 10. And if we need 10, that means we need 20 medium voltage. But we already have 2, so it's actually 8 and 16. There's an improvement. You running perfectly. Go forth. Leave that to its devices, and while that's going, we should refill some of the copper foil, copper foil. And this is how we do that. Just dump it. Separate from that, we can build the macerator now. Just like that. 2 here, 3 here, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, and 1 there. Splendid. I'll claim my reward, which is credit for other quests that I've skipped. I appreciate that system, that if you do a higher voltage quest for a device, it gives you the lower voltage version as well. After all, getting a macerator in low and medium voltage is optional, because we have the big steam multi-block. No need to bother. And free loot back, which I will open now. Because they're fun to open. In 3, 2, 1. What the heck is this stuff? Energium. We can mix it with lapis to make Lapotron dust. But there's a quest about it. Make energium out of ruby and redstone dust in the medium voltage mixture, then use the autoclave to make energy crystals. Energy crystals can store 1 million EU and work as a high voltage battery? You can just do that? Wild. Wild stuff. I never knew. Well, I'm definitely putting you in that box. Prep my sandwich. I forget what I was doing. I made a macerator. Now I want to make the generators. I wanted to get the foil to make more plastic boards so we can make enough circuits. And I think I will commit to making a high voltage thermal centrifuge. Wait, no, I need... Yeah, okay. Oh man, this is gonna be so much draw on our benzene. This may prove to be a terrible idea. We do not have the benzene production for this. Maybe I'll back off. Just do medium voltage thermal centrifuge instead. Regardless, we need to make the high voltage centrifuge, and that's going to call for, I'm going to say approximately 15 steel turned into rotors. And then you can be ingot. And then you can be bolt? Okay. Trying to get the balance on that good. Oh wait, there's the rotors. Let's prep the recipe. Aside from the circuits, we have everything we need. Circuit down there. We got motors in the chest. Motors in here. Bonk, bonk. Now for the circuits. But first, stock up the copper. Oh boy. Now we'll also need more polyethylene plate. So maybe give me a concrete glue, seed oil. Do we not have a convenient large cell? I think I destroyed too many of my large cells, so simply pick up the polyethylene ourselves and move it to the fluid solidifier here. Set it to make plates. And let it do that thing that I just said. If we don't need that many high voltage circuits, and look, it's made more capacitors for us. Okay, you're ready. We only need 4 for this. Now that the objective has changed. So it is coil, capacitor, RAM. Take the 4 boards. And more red alloy. I was wrong. We only need to make 2 more. Putting 4 processors in was correct, but not putting in 4 boards. Meanwhile, let's prepare the medium voltage thermal centrifuge we're going to make. And that one's a little annoying because we need to make all of the intermediate junk again. Which is to say, motors. Ooh, running out of polyethylene here as well. Let's top it off. Topped off. Now we need copper cable for this. Which we have very little of. Again, no great problem, for we have the copper right here. Enough for one or two things, not enough for everything I want to do. Okay, we are clear for 2 motors, which is the correct amount. Have to make sure. The rods are ready. The magnetized rods are ready. Great. Another turbine. Now the macerator. Wait, I already made the macerator. Centrifuge. That's this step. What grade of cable is that? Is that 2x? It's 4x here, and it's 4x here. Wait, can I just do this? I can. There is no low voltage quest. Alright. Fine, I did want to reward anyway. Ah, well. We'll get him next time. But now we have everything we need. Technically. In practice, I still need at least one 2x copper cable. Two 2x copper cable. One. Annealed. Where are we setting this up? It should be somewhere close to the material processing, I think. Or we could ignore that and just put it wherever. It's a little crowded, but I'm thinking here. Put my wire cutters back in the box. My hope of putting the thermal centrifuge here is simply that it... Like, this particular configuration is so that when I have it, I can put, like, hoppers above and below it for, like, minor automation. Well, there it is. As for the macerator... For similar reasons, I'm gonna put it here. They're kind of close. Alright, let's try these out. And let's try them out with the thing most critical to process advanced. So, what's the correct operation here? There's an ore washing step, which could get us more yellow garnet dust, but we don't really care right now. Maybe we would have cared in a different future, but it ain't this one. I'm willing to permit that loss of efficiency. All that's important is that we're getting to this gallium step down here. So it seems like the order is macerate through any means necessary to get the crushed stuff. Then thermal centrifuge it into sphalerite, and then macerate it into sphalerite and gallium. Now, given that we're allowed to macerate in the first step, and we don't care about the bonus, how about we just do it here? Gallium. Gallium for all. Gallium for me. Well, all that prepped, maybe we can do a little bit of automation here. After all, we know that we want to go from the centrifuge to this. I believe we're out of tiny tin pipe. No, we still have some. Splendid. In that case, I can automate this the whole way. Oop, bop, lip, blarp. So we can do... Oh, no, wait, there's gonna be a second output to this. We can't do this. That's unfortunate. But yeah, the sentiment's there. Barring that, back to the old plan. Chest and hoppers. We only need 2 hoppers because these have an output slot. A benefit I did not have with the steam machines. Bend these, please. I'll go get 4 chests. Wait, I might need 6. I have 6. 2 for the hoppers. 2 for an input box, and then the 2 iron ones for an output box. Then again, I could use the hoppers as the input box, but seems illegal. Okay. And out here, set this to 5, put the 2 chests in, put the plates in. That will make hopper. Meanwhile, this one goes here. Break this. Number A. B. Then iron chest goes there, iron chest goes there. You are now free to item auto output. Good, that's a little better. I'm kind of curious about the relative speed of this thing with its parallels and a high voltage macerator with its literal speed. So I'm going to race it. I'm going to put a stack of raw sphalerite ore in here, rush over to the high voltage macerator, put a stack in there, and we're going to see what happens. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So 5 seconds, it needs to go through 8, that'd be 40 seconds, versus this, which is the same amount in 32 seconds. So for one steam grinder, it is working 8 seconds faster than a high voltage macerator. That's good intel. So the steam grinder is ever so slightly faster at the detriment of not having bonus output. That said, this one isn't really outputting any bonus that I'm seeing. What are the odds on that again? 5%. Okay, you know what? That makes complete sense. Statistically, it's unlikely we would have found one by now. Still though, if we run both of these at the same time, we will have nearly double the speed at which we can macerate stuff. And we get bonus. So now it's really a question of, for which one we use. Do we prioritize speed? Do we prioritize extra product? And if so, how much? If we're min-maxing max product, we want to use the high voltage one exclusively. If we're maximizing speed, we want to use both at the same time. If we're maximizing speed but low on benzene, we want to use the grinder exclusively. This logic is infallible. Those 8 seconds are adding up after a while, though. Oh, 3 yellow garnets. over an entire stack, those 8 seconds are going to add up to an entire minute. So for one stacked material, the steam macerator can macerate it all 1 minute faster. In another way, you can say that the steam grinder is 25% faster, or that the HV macerator is 20% slower. Maybe I got those numbers mixed up. Not the point. Point is that together, at the very least. Very good at this. So here's the sphalerite in sphalerite form, and the next step would be, in our process that we're doing, thermal centrifuge. So let's experiment with that one. In 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, looking good. Filtering out is going to be a little bit of an inconvenience. What is the function of cadmium? I trust it has some, big important. Medium voltage superconductors. That's what's up. Cadmium, magnesium, oxygen to make superconductor base MV dust, which is cadmium, magnesium, and oxygen. Turn it into an ingot. Turn it into a wire. Why has this been doubled up like this? Tiny stainless steel fluid pipe and an electric pump make superconductor MV wire. What the heck is this stuff? Helium gas, liquid helium, molten space-time. Wow, okay. That's some pretty intense stuff. Clearly. Oh, and just one has a max amperage of 4. That's real good. Still, though, that is obscenely expensive. Just the helium cost alone bankrupts us. But a pump for every 3? That's tedious as heck. And generally unnecessary. We've got things under control. As expected, the thermal centrifuge is not fast. That's okay. We'll let it thermal centrifugalize over time, and then when we feel like it, we'll learn how much gallium we get. Though we can simply run the math. For perspective, let's say 4 stacks. Roundabout, let's say 4 stacks. Should it be 8 stack? We had like 3 and something stacks when we started. I'm gonna say that it's 6 stacks of the crushed ore. That would be 6 stacks of thermally centrifuged slag. And 1 in every 10 of those should give us a gallium, combined with 1 in every 20. Because of the centrifuge step later. Which means that we're gonna assume 6 stacks of crushed. That would be 360 sphalerite. So that would be 36, and then another 18 gallium. Which is 54. So nearly a stack of gallium off of 6 stacks of sphalerite crushed, or 3 stacks of sphalerite normal. And I'm adamant that we actually have slightly more than that. I just can't find it. Oh, right, it's in here. No, it sounds pretty vanilla. Yeah, this is how Vanilla Rain sounds to me. Seems right. Okay, so we've taken most of the sphalerite. Is there any remaining outside? Yes. Okay, have a good time being gone. Showed up to be confused by the rain. Okay, so half a stack in here, half a stack up here. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 stacks of the stuff. Now I'm trying to keep slightly quieter so that you could enjoy the rain sound. Alright, let's say when we get to a stack of centrifuge sphalerite, we'll start trying the maceration step. Because I'm excited for this. Gonna eat a lunch. I ate a lunch. Okay, so while this is all running, and it's going to be running for a while, we need to shift our focus to the other big objective we have. Oh yeah, this was me prospecting the Twilight Forest off screen. These were all the ores I used to detect the ground, and for the most part, it detected all of the ground I was looking at. Okay. Back to focus. Next step is we need to do our copper expedition. We're running low on copper, and we need a lot of it. So this inventory is mostly good. We need to clear out these parts of it. Go to the clean room first. Oh. Okay, put our 10 integrated processing circuits in there. I might need to make the corpse chest a little bit bigger. Okay, put sword away, put random gas turbine away for now. Wire cutter away. Stack of cells away. Everything else we can keep. And then we'll go get some dang copper. From the dang copper emporium. Oh, right. Switch out of the hazmat. Almost forgot. Wait a minute. Oh, man. That's an impressive attention to detail. The rain pushes us down. We can't hang glide in the water. I can't believe they thought of that. I guess we gotta end the rain. Unfortunate, but also really cool synergy. Really cool interaction. I missed. I fix. So my hope with air was I would fly over and there would be, like, you know, copper along the way, and then I could get that in a brand new copper vein, but nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's a concern, and now I'm walking into the weird bamboo zone of transparency. And I'll have to figure something out. There we go. Okay, I think I can work with this. Though I am worried about the hostile readings I'm getting. About the hostiles. Neat. I really have not been putting modifiers on my anything. The hostiles are close. They're walking. There's got to be like a massive cave underneath me or something. And I'm not looking forward to falling into it. I'm not looking forward to anything regarding this. But I just wanted like a clear, uninterrupted new source of raw, untapped copper. And boy, are they providing me difficulties anyway. Yep, there it is. The cave, as described earlier in my notes. Get the sword ready. Okay. We're going to be employing containment strategies here. Got no interest in interacting with this at all. After all, I'm seeing the walls in front of me and I don't see any of that ore that denotes the vein. They can sit outside as much as they want. They are not part of this mining expedition. Oh, great, they're a part of this mining expedition. Oh, no. I'm gonna be fending off hostiles this entire operation, aren't I? Well, let's clear out the finer details here. I guess we get to work. Eat this sandwich. I ate those food. Okay, let's begin. maybe it's not that bad. Maybe that's just the start. The further down we go, the more likely we can get out of this cave system. Oh. No, nope, nope. It's right there. I'm looking at it right now. Oh. At the very least, it's copper. Let's begin. At the very least, the horrors are well within my comprehend. This is the exact kind of thing I was not looking forward to. This particular hole in the ground. I ain't dealing with you. We're gonna take this slow and methodical. We're gonna employ vaguely strip mine techniques, not in the classic Minecraft line mine type way, but just slowly, bit by bit, scrape away the upper layers as we go down. Maybe this would be better described as like quarry tactics. I don't really know the name of mining techniques in proper official industry. Or at least we go this way. The mobs on the radar are just not stopping. Okay. Dump these. That. And this. Put the full stacks away as well as the imprecise. Good for now. Keep going. No. No. This is, we found it, the giant cave. The thing I've been trying to avoid this whole time. We found it. Great, great, excellent, fantastic. I've picked up all the cobblestone in my setness. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Oh. What? That's illegal. Huh. Well, at least all the, like, actual proper metadata stuff is correct. Maybe your phone's just, like, cached it. For caching purposes. No. No, no. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, that was a weird skeleton pitch noise. I am not going in there. I am not going in there. Yeah, that's like an anomalously high-pitched skeleton. I don't know what secrets they're hiding. I am not going to find out. No, they weren't. They were not. They were not, because they're still there. Yeah. He's some kind of weird mod-specific super skeleton, and I am not figuring out what that means. I know there's only so much detail you can get out of the playing cards in a Unicode format at such a low resolution, but I would like if it was a bit easier to discern what you actually drew. You know, figuring out, you know, an ace through 10, that's easy. You just count the number. Figuring out the king, jack, queen, or king, a bit more difficult. Figuring out the suit is very difficult for anything other than an ace. You just don't got the resolution for it. Part of me wishes that it would just convert to a more symbolic representation, just matter of fact of what it is at lower resolutions. Ideally, I would have a way to sort of pick the font. And by the font, I mean like the font color. Well, I'm running out of ways to dodge. The emoji standards are... Well, okay, the choices for emoji feel very subjective to me, and I don't really know how they decide what emojis to make and how to format it. But also, I don't know where I would even start for picking one over the other. Unicode, by comparison, feels a lot more like, we objectively have these kind of symbols, we have organized them into these blocks, we gotta make them. And the demands and requirements for Unicode like that are real strict. What I want, the thing I want for Unicode right now, especially in like the playing card department, is I want them to take the sector and add the dang tarots. Because they've got like the non-tarot original game trump card type deals, but they don't have the tarot cards. That's my request. That's my desire for the... Ah, hold on. I gotta solve this dilemma before it becomes a entire catastrophe. There we go. Okay. There goes Excels. Okay. Making good progress on the everything. This is already a lot of... And I'm sorting it just for marking purposes. He's back over here, I suppose. This is already a lot of stacks of copper in practice. And that's good. Now that we have thermal centrifuge and better macerator technology, we can care a lot more about what we actually get as a bonus product. So macerator would give us pyrite. Thermal centrifuge would give us cobalt. And then more cadmium. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, against my better judgment, I'm looking. Okay, we're here. Oh, okay, hello, buddy. Okay, those of you familiar with Season 1 may realize just how big of a disaster this is right now. Yeah, if you're like a Season 1 fan, you're laughing. You're laughing or you're like experiencing a horrified fear. Because we've just been drowned creepered. And it spells disaster for us. 3. 1, 2, 3. We need to be very careful. I assume I've become more popular since Season 1, so there's probably a bunch of people watching now that are not familiar with the past. So I will exposit. We are currently encased in a cobblestone sphere filled with water. Now, immediately, this is providing the threat of us drowning, obviously. But what they don't tell you... Okay, what they do actually tell you somewhere, but not right now, that's not the point, is that the cobblestone sphere is also infested with copious amounts of exotic, rare, dangerous, specially buffed silverfish, which means we are now entombed in a wall of murderous insect things. And we are going to be dealing with the fallout of this for the next million years. We have one saving grace, and that's we can simply... The fact that we're in a cave means that we can dig into the regular stone that was already a part of the cave surface and walk out around the outside. This is a much better circumstance than it was in Season 1. See Season 1 for details. But basically, this is now a no-go zone. All in all, it could have been a lot worse. It's still pretty bad, though. Okay, we may have found the outer edge of the shell, which means we can go back up into the... Oh my goodness, this sphere is huge. Creeper was holding that in. Saved up a massive There's a cactus here. Okay. The cave network is extensive. Okay, this area at least is cleared. Also, where are we? What material is this? This is... Wait. Oh! We have found another redstone vein. That's good. Yep. So, we are increasingly caring about this location now. Got 2 material types that we care about. And we can get more chrome out of this! Sheesh. Yeah, why not? Okay, the cave network is too large, too expansive, and too scary. So I'm gonna find my way back to society. Hey, it's society. Done a good bit of sealing up. Can now get back to excavating. Kinda. But, like, these grounds are getting progressively harder to make progress in. We're surrounded on all sides by large, unopened chambers of cave and misery. Any further in many directions, and we will not have a good time. The good times I'm about to not have are immense. This does feel like the edge of the vein. I'm scraping away at the edges of all the pay dirt because I do not want what lies at the center. How did you get in here? How the heck? Okay. How did you do that? Oh, they're everywhere. Oh! Hostile from the deep. Hostile from the deep. Confirmed hostile. Aha! I've solved your puzzle. Banded iron. Yeah, I accomplished the quest where I kill a creeper. No, 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 I'm surrounded. I've been bamboozled! Out, 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 out. Okay. No. Warning. Zombie. Okay. 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 Moving on. If I ever return here, that zombie head's gonna spook me into thinking it's an actual zombie. And it'll be funny and hilarious, and you'll clip this moment, and you'll clip that moment, and you'll put them together in the comedy highlight supercut of Greg Tech Season 3. Lark is already taking notes as we speak, I have no doubt. What? Oh, is there another iron vein this way? Oh, there was never an iron vein to begin with. This is the vein. Guess I'll mark it. Yep, there they are. Okay. Not really in the market for banded iron right now, and I'm willing to lose those little 2 bits. But it does mean that we can't keep mining in this direction, otherwise we'll just sort of mix the ores. And it's generally ill-advised to mix the ores. There's so much adversity. Yep. Found it! No. No, thank you. I would like to decline purchase of that. Here, let's, apologies, Bat. Come on, get over here. Biggiest boyo. Okay, let's... Nope, 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 nope. Nuh-uh. I saw you manipulate gravity. Away with ye. Clear the board. Okay, this side is clear. More backpack inventory management. I'm eating the fish. Okay, 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 okay. We've gotten a new hat. It's reasonably equivalent to our current hat, so I won't go through the effort of swapping them out. Ignite this. No, 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 no. No, absolutely not. I refuse, I refuse, I refuse, I refuse, I refuse. We may need to be done here. Oh, fun fact, in case you're interested in, like, accounts and bots and stuff on Twitch, you know, you may want to scroll back through the footage real quick, and you'll see that there was a person who followed, like, 2 hours earlier in the stream. I'm looking at the Twitch numerics, like the list of events that have occurred. The activity feed is what it's called, and it no longer says the name of that individual. It now says unknown user. I have to assume this is a result of the account no longer existing as a consequence of it probably having been a bot and being caught by the system and exploding. Okay, so here's my protocol. Here's my system. Okay, we got rid of that one. The blue one's still at large. I'm worried that the blue one's another drowned because it's blue. Yep, drowned. Drowning, technically. Not the problem. Not my point. We have to be very careful that this one does not explode. Okay. Okay. Now we get another run at the hallway. Hopefully we can maybe clear it out a bit more. What the heck? What the heck? Okay, that's slightly less the heck, but still... What? No. This excursion is cancelled. Okay. Oh, this is converted to canvas because I painted on it. That's how that works then. So if I paint on a applicable block, it turns permanently into canvas. Interesting. Yeah. Yep. To me, in the future, keep that in mind. Oh boy. Oh, more random stuff. Okay, this is an exact replica of my current hat in terms of construction. Let's just let's just leave. Let's just leave. Yeah. I think it's time. I think it's time we got the heck out of here. This is one of the most... I could scrape off some chalco from the roof. Hold on. There's some space for... Because now that we've cleared this out, this is now a chamber we can manipulate. Its treasures are available. We can just fill up our hand inventory and step out. It almost got me. Okay, we are getting out of here. It is night out. Let us sleep and then return to the surface. And then walk our way back in a sort of not so direct path, such that we can maybe find some more of the vein. What an ordeal, huh? I'm gonna be ordealing with it for a while. Here's my plan. I'm gonna walk like 1 or 2 ore chunk tiles this way, and then we'll just head north through whatever means we have available to us. Whatever ambulation we can perform, we'll perform it. Hey! This is already bearing results. Spiders should be neutral now. It's daytime. I'm gonna bring some of the cactus gardens with us, simply to cultivate them closer to home. I've got some doubts on how much more we'll find, given that this is territory we've already traveled to an extent. What's a good method of, like, fast traversal? Like, point-to-point travel. Preferably via some sort of... Like a pre-established route. Like, you get a point, you get another point, you logistics them together that you can travel. You make a highway. What's a good highway-making method in this? What is the material here? Like, on the mountainside wall. Is that like a hardened gray clay of some sort? If so, we could take it and get more cyan stained clay. Let me check the stats on that. It macerates in the clay dust, which does give us the sodium, lithium, aluminum, silicon, and oxygen thing. Same as the other stained clay. So that's good. And you are very likely a coal vein. Yes. Okay, heading back to the line, swapping back to Chalco. We proceed. I mean, I guess I could get a horse. Hang glider's pretty good if I make a tower at both locations, and it's not raining. So maybe my best approach would be make tower, have ladder, climb up, glide. Worth a shot. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty confident we won't find any more copper, because we're right next to copper we've already found. Logically, if there was copper here, we would have found it already. Maybe not formal logic, but very informal logic. Either way, we got what we wanted. We got back. We lived. Even though it was very harrowing and scary. We did it. How's the thermocentrifuge going? Ooh, going pretty good. I have to assume that we're near enough to spawn chunks that this just runs, even when we're not here. Or maybe it, like, accounts for the time lost and sort of predicts what it would have done. Either one's possible. Okay, copious amounts of helmets can go in there. The cactus, the desert garden, sorry. Can you grow on grass? No. Which means the closest that you can cultivate from is over here. I'm going to be well equipped to get the garden quest complete, even though I'm not going for it right now. Alright, how are we dealing with this full inventory? Well, what's the protocol for this type of material? I would say we don't particularly care about the macerator bonus output, because pyrite, and pyrite's iron, and we got iron. So instead, let's put the painterly tools back. Get more room. So I propose instead that we simply bulk up processing on all of the chakra. What does copper give us? Cobalt? Maybe gold, maybe nickel. See, cobalt is not something we really use all that much. There's cobalt brass, which we've used on rare occasion. We needed like a cobalt... No, that was lead, sorry. We needed a cobalt... Well, we have cobalt tools, but our tools are so durable we don't need to repair them that often. And we're moving to electric tools for some of it, and those we just need to recharge. So... very uncertain. Okay, so let's say we do... fill up the hopper, and then the rest goes into the macerator here. This was perhaps a bad call, because we wanted to use this macerator to get the gallium. And that was like our whole big mission. Look at all the stone dust, though. We can make a lot of... concrete. Or stone plate. Or stone. Or draconic evolution information tablet. Or circuit plates. That one's interesting. Etched low voltage wiring makes circuit plate. You can make silicon chip. There's also just a lot of things we can do. The lamps, the sniffer, but like the Project Red conductive plates and logic gates. Here they are. Got your NOTs, your RS latch, your transparent latch, your toggle latch, your NOR gate, your multiplexer, timer, repeater, counter, sequencer, randomizer, pulse former, state cell. We've got bundled plates for bus transceivers, randomizers, input panels, converters, segment display. Transmitting a lot of fanciness. Probably a lot to learn about this stuff. Actually, that reminds me, there was one thing I was curious to maybe explore as some sort of major dedicated side quest. And that is open computers. Because you look at this, you're like building a computer and then you're literally programming it Lua. Now, I don't know Lua all that well, or at all. But we could do it. We could build up a computer and then we can program a thing and we could have a fun little programming a thing interlude to everything. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I am stuck in this menu. Can't even, like... Okay, I can open up recipes, I can go to quests, I can exit that, but I'm then stuck in this menu. Please help. That didn't help. I can't get to the pause menu like this, and, hello? Okay, so I can't open the quest menu normally. I saved the screenshot, that's good. What do we do about this? Okay, I'm not out of stuff I can do quite yet. Let's minimize it in the corner awkwardly, and be like, yeah, it's in the corner. It does not seem to have helped. It's just made it smaller. Well, here's a menu that I have. Well, okay. Here's my plan. I'm gonna wait until the game makes a backup of the world. And then I'm going to close the game. And we're gonna see if that saves me. Feels like a not... There's like a hotkey specifically for opening and closing this. Oh, wait. That has not given me the intended effect, but this is now a lot more atmospheric. The function key to disable the HUD is no longer working. You know what? Let's just... Cool. We're stuck like this. How do I leave? How do I leave? Okay, you know what? If it made a backup, it made a backup, like, within the past 30 minutes. Maybe even the past 15. I'm gonna risk it, okay? You with me here? I'm gonna close the game. Oh, maybe I can be smarter with this. I can go to the, like, console, maybe. For this. That's not the console. Okay, new idea, new thing we can do. I can go to the stream itself, turn back the clock a little bit, and then see when the last time a backup happened. With that information, we can see if we're good to lose our progress. I don't want to have the last backup be while I was fighting the creepers or something, because I will not be able to healthily engage with that. So I'm gonna go check. Just skim through it. My suspicion is that I booted up the game at around like 15 minutes before the stream started, just to get everything operational. And please tell me if the stream shows a backup being made while I am in this, like, crazy mode. In fact, even more logically, I can just look through for any instance of a backup being made. And that'll tell me we're good. But first and foremost, I'm going to check all of the time after or before this started. And I need to be careful because it could be the case that the backup is happening and I don't see it. Because when I'm looking at the other things, it pauses the game view. Reality is progressing as I just stand here. Well, if there was a backup, I think it was... Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think backups happen every 30 minutes. And we got lodged into this situation at like the 2-hour, 30-minute mark. Also, the internet is breaking. Is the stream still alive? Is everything breaking? Is anyone still out there? I mean, data on my end suggests that the stream's still going out. Okay. Guess it's the me problem. But okay, we are at, about 2 hours, 40 minutes. If we get to a point where 2 hours and 10 minutes in the past is acceptable, we can do that. Which means if we wait a few more minutes and there's no backup, then we have to assume that either a backup has happened, not on our watch, while we just weren't looking, or things are broken in ways much more catastrophic. If we get to, and I'm trying to specifically refine this to a point after the creeper confrontation, I think I'm going to give it 5 minutes, and if there's no backup that we see, I'm going to trust it was after we fought the creepers, and we will go back in time. Wait, I had another idea. What if we can go to, like, the backups folder for my installation and see when the last timestamp was? I think this is smart. It was 22 minutes ago, I think. No, 18 minutes ago. So it happened 18 minutes ago. Can we get visual proof of that? I started the stream at roughly the same time. as the change in hour, so that means the backup would have happened at around the time I put the copper into the macerator. Perhaps it's a little too optimistic. By my count, it would have been when we paraglidered back in. It could be I didn't see it. It could be I'm like, okay, I mean, the timestamp is real. The backup physically exists in the data. So also confirmed, it is every 30 minutes, which means that the next backup should be in 11 minutes. If we want, I'd like to keep this nonsense canonical. Oh well, oh well. Fun don't stop. Fun do not stop. Oh boy. Well, how are you all doing? I can't even say this is a lack of progress, because technically it's all just, like, progressing. So, I mean, I guess we have access to the menuing still. We can still, like, plan things. So, let's plan things. What do we want to build? I did my objective at, you know, we got the macerator, another high voltage machine. That's pretty good. More plastic circuit boards have been made. I'm a little... Some of the glory of the new clean room circuit-based construction has worn off. Because, yeah, we can build things cheap, but we also need a lot of things to build it. Kind of a high input, high output situation, but we struggle on input in volume. So, now what? We can get to the quests by just picking a thing that has a quest associated, and then we go here, and then we get back, and we go to quest. So now we can look. What do we want? What do we want? Well, there is high voltage shenanigans. Drawer controller, medium voltage circuits and stainless steel. You can make the incredibly handy drawer controller. Make any drawers it connects to in a 4-block radius. Any of the blocks that make it up. As part of a multi-block that allows storage to any of the blocks that make it up. This will allow you to dump the contents of your mining trip into a storage system much easier. Just hold right-click on the controller front for a second or two, and any items that match what's already in the multi-block will be deposited, while your tools and such won't. Just make sure to place your controllers last so it registers all the drawers. You can feed into the controller and thus the rest of the drawers with any kind of piping or hopper equivalent. If using it as part of a multi-farm or mob farm, make sure to set the contents of the drawers and lock them with a key so it properly stores everything in an organized manner. If the drawer's contents aren't set, it will start filling starting from the ones closest. If you wish to have more than one drawer full of an item, put a void upgrade on the drawer further from the controller and it will fill the first one, then the second. If you want to go around corners, use the trim drawers to extend the multi-block. You want to have a second point to dump items into, use the controller's slave, one per multi-block, automation only. Note that you can use a key on the controller to affect all the drawers at once. Once you have an ME network, place a storage bus in the controller, and the entire inventory will be accessible from the network with both storage and retrieval. Just remember to set the priority higher than your ME drive. If you haven't locked them yet, expect all your drawers to fill with random items from your ME network. Using the drawer controller with large amounts of I/O will tank TPS. If you're on a server, do not use drawer cubes, or expect the possibility of it being deleted or you getting banned. Additionally, expect all non-backpack interactions to be disabled on the official server. Congratulations, drawer cubists. You've ruined it for everyone. Oh no. That's got a story behind it. What the heck? Why can I do things again? Wait a minute. What happened? Okay, did the new backup happen? Yes. Wait, no, it hasn't yet. What changed? I was just stuck in a menu purgatory for approximately 20 minutes. And now I'm not. Okay. What's the protocol here? I don't really mind. I think I would just like to do this. As for you, a little bit of a transitionary measure. These will go in here, then it'll go in there, and then they'll be good. We'll just sort of monitor that as it goes along. Macerator's about to be complete with its collection of Chalco. I should probably just put a chest or barrel there. Yeah, chest it is. I like this as sort of like a alternate method for processing these things. Like, it doesn't have to go straight from the macerator, you can just put it in the chest. It was already funny that it happened, but it's even funnier that it just fixed itself. And that it took 20 minutes to do so. Maybe I menued enough that it just solved whatever problem I locked it into. Hey Therm, how you doing? Doing good, I see. A lot of cadmium. Okay. We get all this, it goes to the centrifuge will make the chalcopyrite dust, we put it in the massive steam smelter oven thing that we made last time. And we're gonna have so much copper. I'd even rival the tin. I don't think it'll rival the tin that hard, but it's a start. What's iron give us? Nickel, tin. Okay. And it's done. There we go. Hello, Fisherman John. Goodbye, Fisherman John. How'd you even get here? That's across the ocean. Cool. Okay, so we learned about drawer control. We could make the microprocessors for the Prestige and also to enter the next ECE. But the big ones for progression, like proper progression. The chemical reactor, which is going to be extremely important because it gets us the enderized, which gets us these, which gets us the advanced circuit assembler, which gets us mainframe. And we need that. Because once we have mainframes, we can start doing space stuff, and I'm excited for space stuff. Outside of that, we have better polarizer, technically. It's platinum, but I think platinum's mostly like a moon thing. Molecule. We may want to start like a specialized zone for stuff. We need the assembler as well. So maybe we should just make these to the best of our ability. And it's gonna be a thing. So this is EV circuits, which is a separate thing which we've already have prepared, so we can do that. We're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 high voltage circuits right now. Oh, too much. Why are you empty? What are you waiting on? Oh, right, these. Okay, so Counted 7, so we need 14 medium voltage. Capacitors, bring the transistors, give me some more red. And you are wrong because we need more resistors. Okay. I know we're already, like, extremely pressed for space here, but part of me wants to replace these 4 sectors with barrel equivalents. Also, I need to make more resistors, or, yeah, how do I make these? Electrum wire, carbon, polyethylene. Easy. Easy. Those are 4. We can take the remaining resistors back. Transistors are still good. We now need the coil, the RAM. No more transistors. It's RAM time. Coil. We need 7 of these. These 4. These 10. And this isn't even mentioning powering the things. Like, we're going through so much. But in terms of powering, we can get away with just 1. We can go back to the same type of system we had with the... No, we can't. Okay, we can partially. But we'd have to do it in here. So my plan is to... I can do my plan. I can do my plan right now. I understand what's required of me. We take the 4th, one of these, and we hook it back up to the back of the clean room. We then make an advanced transformer. Official name. Please tell me I kept my wire cutters this time around. Nope. Either way, I can do the rotation step correctly. Need to get the wire cutters. But, like, there's a vision here. We set those 4 out. They go into the 4 amp diode. We then make a medium to high transformer. We then use that to power the high voltage assembler and circuit assembler in the clean room as replacements for the medium voltage ones we have in there already. The only restriction that adds is that we can't use them at the same time anymore, but that's fine. Meanwhile, the medium voltage laser engraver and slicer we keep unmodified and still in that room, just on a different line coming out of the diode. Wire cutters. Too busy focusing on the explanation, I didn't actually focus on what I came here to do. Okay, Easiest way to access the middle is to just sort of do that temporarily. And return this, turn that, wrench it in. That should be connected to everything. I think I see it good, alright. Okay, looking nice. As well here. Here's 4 of them, and it failed because we ran out of capacitors. Oop. There we are. That'll give us a 7. Meanwhile, put the wire away. We go through it all so fast. Meanwhile, we want the recipe for a transformer that goes from medium and high voltage. So this requires a small coil, but other than that, it's just a normal medium voltage hull with some cable. Good to know. So let's do that. Let's also prepare some of the everything else we need. This is one for the chemical reactor, one for the assembly machine, one for the circuit assembler, and we'll do the rest later. Next up, we are going to need more gold cable. Enough for this. We're going to need copper cable as well, and we may as well get some more while we're here. Go. In you go. Both will go. Lee. How many do we have now? 11. 12. Looks like these are done. Nice. Done. Set these back to 8. Those in. Okay. 4 holes to play with. Gonna make the transformer first because it's the simplest. Need 2 of those. More cable. I mean, I knew that already, but it just surprises me that I needed more than I'm currently holding. By exactly 2 copper. And the rest can be turned to gold, because that's mostly what we're doing later. plate. You're 8. You're great. Okay, 4 here, then gold, then the inductors. Good. We're going to be pumping 4 amps into the... Wait, we already do pump 4 amps into the room, so... Okay, envisioning this... I see. So... Here's the plan. All of the cable here can stay. What we do is we put this transformer here, remove these 2 machines, have the wire from the transformer go up, and then forward. So the new machines will be there and there. So we'll move these chests, that chest to this side, and then continue from there. And that should just be the change we need to make. These are already 4 amps. Actually, something we could do is we could move these down. Save on that cable. But that's an unnecessary bit of optimization. But what might make it a cooler... No. We want to keep them close to this. Soft mount to invert. We are gonna have to... Can I just invert it manually? No. Worth a shot. Slap it with a hammer. Soft mallets at the kitchen because of juice. Now, does this work? No. Does this work? No. It doesn't persist. And it'd be real dangerous to put this in now as is. So I won't. Plus, we're still using those machines. Alright. Start with the assembler, I guess. What's the require... Oh, wait, I didn't count for these. Uh-oh. We may need 2 more processors. Darn it. Okay, do we have it in the system? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Didn't actually take them. RAM, put the transistor. The resistor, this should be enough. Wow, are we burning through our operations here. Okay, we do that, swap out, we make more high voltage. But we can still work with what we have right now. The arm's going to require 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Nothing there. goes in here. First thing we're going to do is stamp 2 small gears. From that, it's pure rods. Thank goodness we already have the motors for this. Good job, Pastel. Really pulling through for us today. Ooh, maybe we don't. Piston robotic arm is place U 2 2. Oh, we already have one. I guess we can keep that one around. Remember that next time we need an arm. We already have one. Okay. We need 2 conveyor belts, and we already have one. So this is just a matter of get some rubber. Should be everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Core. Well, that's good. And we get a free circuit out of it, so that will help bridge the technology gap. This should also... We turn off see all quests. Finally open the... No, it did not. Really is waiting for us to get the main frames one. Oh well. How's the circuits going? We ran out of capacitors. We are no longer running out of capacitors. Okay. It is 2. So 2 for the circuit assembler itself, 2 for the mainframe. That's why they gave us 4. Now we ran out of... No, we didn't run out of everything. That's exactly what we wanted to make. So remove the transistors, return them to their receptacle. Remove the resistors, turn them to their receptacle. Take out the coils, put them in. Take out the RAM, put that in. And then put in these 4 processors. We are out of soldering alloy. Gotcha. Okay, well, the solution to soldering alloy is not that complicated. In fact, I wouldn't even say it requires much concentrated thought. We have been stockpiling antimony for a while. All we gotta do is alloy smelt it. Tragically, I stole the hopper from the alloy smelter, so it becomes a little less. But this just means I steal another hopper from somewhere else. And it can just sit in the hopper for now. Need more compression tech, though. Chalco's done. Chalco's done. Chalco. You are having a time. Cool. Okay, so that's one machine complete. Chemical reactor requires a motor, a steel rotor, some plastic fluid pipes, and gold cable. These are simple and easy. Go for a gamble here. Wager that this is enough. Perfect! 4.5 a rod. Let's just put you in there like that. 2. That. Gold. Just the motor and the plastic. Well, here's the motor. Plastic's in the logistics chest. Here it is. And chemical reactor. Ooh, that pays for itself in terms of circuits. And this is polytetrafluoroethylene, I believe. A material I'm not super familiar with. But now, technically, we can make Eyes the Vendor. We can't, actually. But we can try. How do we want to try? Because that is what's stopping us from going forward. But we do have a secret weapon. Allow me to introduce you to the Blaze Reed Seed. If I'm right, this is growable blaze rod. I don't have the most concretely planned out idea for how I want to go about this. But I think we can very easily build a farm for this. Not as big as one of these, but one that could eventually turn into one of these later if we wanted. Which means I think I want my excavator shovel. And maybe I want to finally upgrade it to cobalt, but can't do that until it's fully prepared and repaired. Now I need to remember exactly how to do this. We have the excavator head. We need 8 ingots of the target material. Target material in this case is molten cobalt. Which I have. I'll put all 10 in. Because we're gonna want... probably to replace the handle as well. Let's see. Excavator. Yeah, there's also like a plate of some sort. So let's go all out for our excavator shovel. So we're gonna need the tough tool rod, maybe this binding thing. Yeah, hammerhead, large plate, tough rod. Whereas you are excavator head, large plate, tough binding, tough rod. Okay. That's enough to start, at least. May as well bring this over. Okay, excavator head is done. We got 20 more in the chamber. Let's go for the large plate. Tough binding, tough rod, that's 3 each for a grand total of 6, which we will have enough for. One thing at a time. That alone doubles the durability. I'm going to start with the excavator head, because I think that dictates the... We are doubling the mining level. Okay, excavator out. Tough binding. Tough rod. And finally this little metal plate thing. Beautiful. Okay, while we're here, maybe we can upgrade the pickaxe as well. Because we got wooden binding, wooden tool rod. Maybe I don't know the details. Is there, like, specific requirements on what can be a tool rod? I should check this. Obsidian, netherrack, thaumium, magical wooden, and tinker's construct. But that's from the pattern. What about the cast? Answer is, I don't know because I never made a rod cast for this. Maybe I should. Let's see, aluminum, brass, Rodma. No. You disapprove, and you probably disapprove because I should be making one out of, like, tool rod, not rod. You're tough rod, not regular rod. tool binding pattern? Wait, what? These are the normal... These would be the normal things, right? So if I do this, this should make... Yeah, it does that. And I don't care about that. Put this back. Then we do this, and we'll make a tool rod binding, which is also something we don't have yet. But I don't think I have to do this at all. I think I can just use a real cobalt rod. Oh, I need to repair this first. Oh, more cobalt. There you go. Okay, that doesn't increase the numerically given stats, but it does give it the reinforced enchant. Not that it didn't have it already. This may prove to have been a waste of time. It's also made this really awkward. So I'm going to make another one. And what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to fluid extract it and then solidify it into a rod. And hopefully that'll just work. No, it didn't. New plan. I'm going to throw it into the smeltery. In that case, I'm going to do it with a regular cobalt. That worked. And then I'll make 2 rods, and then I'll put one in the... No, I want 2 rods anyway. One for the shovel. Complicated stuff. Complicated stuff. Okay. You... Please just work. It didn't work. Tool rod. There is a tool rod cap. It's made out of tool rods specifically. Have I never made a tool rod? Guess not. Looking at my stencils, it's only tough rod. I don't know where I would have put the blank stencil. Tool rod, tool rod, tool rod. Nothing. Okay. I guess we'll have to hold off for now. And this is fine because it's not even what our goal was. Our goal was the excavator shovel. Because we're effectively just going to bore into this. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 should be good. 4, 5. 5 for real now. Right there. Right there. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we empty up this. First, we have a lunch. 3, 5, 5, almost 5. I think I left my pickaxe in the table. There we go. Well, I certainly did the math on this badly. But that's all fine. We want to hold off on putting the crops in until we know we're ready. Oh, we got, like, stats. Proper statistics for this stuff. Okay. Now it's very similar to how we did it for these. We just sort of wait until they cultivate themselves and we'll expand. And if I'm right, those will give us blaze rods, and then we can make Eye of Enders with our brand new thing. Meanwhile, I have to make another high voltage gas generator. Prep for another turbine. Cable. One of the circuits, and we're about to be out of mowers. I was hoping that those would last longer. Right? The soldering alloy. Forgot. Nothing in there. We have a stack of cells. We can port them over. Four less. Man, major industrial processes are tough, huh? clear, you're clear. Got our 60. Check this. We are clear. Soldering alloy. This is not the correct amount, is it? This needs 2, this needs 1. This is enough provided we don't make a generator, but we're making a dang generator. In that case, the other 2 will come from a quest reward. Oh, we already have prepared. Just to make it possible. Wait a minute. We already have one of these, so take that out of the equation. Just these 2. Okay, so we only need 1 more. Okay, gas turbine. Great. And in keeping with the same tradition, I suppose, we'll put it here. And for right now, we could put the... either the advanced assembly machine or the thing. What? Oh. Okay. I didn't mean it like that. I meant what recipes can we do? Oil cracker into a mega oil cracker. Okay, where does the HV enter into MV overclock? Oh goodness, there's a lot of these. Who knew the high voltage assembler was used for so much? Oh, there we go. Okay, so energy conduit, conductive iron bar, electrum energy tungsten bars, glowstone torch, vanadium redox power cell, cellulose fiber dehydrator coil, ectoplasm, arcane shard, lava filter fence, wooden switch track, screen, thermal cloth, wireless powered light, barrel chamber, space cell, switch track, large titanium fluid cell, ammo, glass of magic, me conduit, microcontroller case, computer case, here too, electronics assembler, disassembler, charger. This is the open computer sector. Electronics light board. This really isn't telling me anything. Okay, but tier 2 open computer stuff is good to know. Some bars, some rails in bulk. There's a stainless steel railcraft block. Okay. Mysterious magnet. These dishes. Obsidian chest. Many fuel rods, many turbines. A lot of turbines. Oh. Transformer winding block. Fuel canister, component heat exchanger, heavy duty rocket. Nose cones. Frames. The 1,000 coins. 1,000 coins reverse craft. The gate copier. Blank pattern chip. Item processor. Extreme engine. Fluid manipulator. Annihilation core. Formation core. Reinforced titanium iron plate. Solar light. Titanium gearbox. Gravitation. Tesla coil. Super chest 5. I can't even see this one. Void. Time anomaly. EV4 amp energy hatch. Future glass. Glass from the future. Oh, large chemical reactor. The hatch. This is starting to be the stuff I'm thinking about. Oh, EV 60 amp energy hatch. We're stepping up. Hydro turbine. Rotors. But like we're entering into the more like Greg machine type stuff. Ooh, drone docking station for drones, I assume. To dock at the station. Giant output hatch. Canvas. High voltage fluid regulator, not to be confused with an electric pump. Steam regulator. Output bus ME. Neutron accelerator. I got some wacky stuff in this tier, huh? The moon. Dark steel chest. Epic Tesla transceiver. Nitrom coil block. Molten Canthal. Yeah, I think I remember caring about this. Isn't Nitrom the next coil in the coil pile? Yes, it is. And all that's standing in the way is a vacuum freezer, which is made in low voltage for some reason. So that's going to be tough. I hopefully have just been lollygagging around for long enough that maybe this thing has finished. Not the blaze rod, but the blaze it hasn't even grown one level. Oh, it's because of this tree. It's because this tree is in the way. I see. There you go. You gotta be getting some water now, huh? Yeah, you are. Hoping that fixes it. The fact that it was technically not sort of seen this. Okay, we see the growth percentage. So it's halfway through. But it's just got a lot of stages. I guess this is just a very slow plant to grow. And I need to respect that. Okay. Meanwhile, let's get the chemical reactor online. And put the assembler nearby. Bonk. And then the assembler can hide there. We also need to get the pipe to connect the two. Add time to be in inventory. Alright, advanced chemical reactor is real, and now we can do stuff with it. What do we do with it? I don't know yet. Haven't necessarily decided. The reason we got it, first and foremost, was to get the thing. The Eye of Ender for the purpose of putting in making the emitter thing so that we may make the circuit assembler. Figured out the words. Separate to that, though, I am being compelled by this vacuum freezer, because if we can upgrade to nichrome coils on everything, that should improve our big ol' multi-block. The EBF will get a speed boost on some recipes. And the pyrolyzed oven should also get a speed boost on those recipes. Only problem with the EBF speed boost is that it would make it too fast. And we'd be making wood tar or wood gas at a rate that we cannot match with the processing into benzene. But maybe that's fine. Uh-oh. Another barrel quickly before the whole system backs up. How bad did it get? How bad did it get? Okay, we just caught it. Thank goodness. That could have been catastrophic. Well, I think I've distracted long enough. The thermal centrifuge is complete with our great collection of centrifuge sphalerite. How many did we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 stacks. Which matches the math. So what do we expect out of this? Statistically, it should be... I'm gonna get, like, the exact... The average amount. The expected amount, even. Of gallium we could expect. Is based on 2 different equations, which I am going to erroneously use. One is a simple 10% from the high voltage macerator. The other is like a 9-ish% coming from the centrifuge. So I am going to approximate that to 10% for both. It's technically more like 10% and 9%, but I'll just do 10%. But since the second one requires 2 as an input, it actually operates like 5%. So we can assume 15% of 60... Okay, well, 15% of all of our sailorite should turn into gallium as a bonus. To do that, it would be 9 each for a pile of 60, which I've prepared. And this would basically be 3. So it would be 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, 75. When all of this is done and dusted, in that it's becoming dust, we should expect to have 75 gallium from this process. That's technically more than the real average. I have rounded. Maybe we can expect something closer to 70. But, like, that's the ballpark. Let's take all of this, put it here, and go forth. It doesn't even want to make the sound. This part we're only doing the 10%. The 5% comes from the centrifuge, which is later. It is already paying dividends, though. That is a gallium. That is an entire gallium. Great. Chalco going good. We got some more I can provide to the system. Yes. So all this copper will bolster our supplies. We can use it for a lot of foil. I am worried about the individual circuit components. We burn through them so fast. I think the next thing I'm going to be worried about in terms of material is aluminum. We're low. Actually, very low. Now, if it were just for medium voltage machines, this would be fine, but we also are making them into foil to make our capacitors. I made a lot of capacitors, but long term it won't be enough. Hey buddy, welcome to the factory. Hope you're enjoying your stay. And the resistors is also aluminum. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot. Factory needs to accommodate all of this. And that stinks. Checking up on the plant again. Gross is 94%, then it can go into stage 2. I see. So this one has 2 stages, so it's either small or big. This one has multiple levels that it has to go through. Might be worth it to engage fertilizer. I think I spent all my fertilizer, though. Factory's moving along, though. Oh. Oh, it's almost done. Wow, it goes fast. Okay, so based on the estimates that I provided earlier, we should expect that once this is done... Oh, no, sorry, I forgot the hopper. Never mind. But we should expect it out of this step to be at about 50. And that's going to be plenty of gallium for all of our immediate needs. We've only made, like, what, 4 boules? We got plenty of wafer. What else? What else? What is our objective? Is there any other big important chemical reactory thing? I guess there's these things. Hydrofluoric acid. Make PTFE, polytetrafluoroethylene, aka Teflon. Teflon. You only need a new step. 2 steps. First one is hydrofluoric acid. If you haven't reached the moon yet, okay. Cryolite for fluorine. Other options are treating sand or sandstone in a chemical plant for some fluoride ore. Introducing stone dust. Okay, okay. If you have reached the moon, you can also process bastnasite. Okay. I don't think I'm doing that one just yet. Synthetic rubber. Want to make the synthetic rubber styrene butadiene? I'll show you a way you can get it. You'll need an oil cracker and a distillation tower. There are different ways to do it, and this quest is only an example of how you can make it. The first step is to crack your naphtha with steam. And you distill it. Then you do styrene, then you do polystyrene, then you do the biolab. Okay. What about this? Silicon rubber. Want to make the synthetic rubber silicon? As the first step, you need chloromethane. You can use 2 chlorine and 1 methane per chloromethane in your chemical reactor. Alternatively, you can use methanol and hydrochloric acid. There are different ways to do it, and this quest is an example of how you can make it. To eventually make silicon rubber. Add a bit of sulfur to the polydimethylsiloxane dust and get molten silicon rubber. And this is used for, okay, it's a valid replacement for rubber, of course. In all situations, too. I wonder why you would opt... I assume there are things you can only do with this stuff. And I'm pretty sure I remember there being things that you can make more efficiently by using this stuff instead of some other rubber. Like, it costs less rubber to make a thing. I'm looking for an example of that. I am not finding one. I mean, there's the tape, of course. Wild things going on in this tab. Okay, so I don't think I'm getting any value out of the new chemical reactor. But that's okay. We will eventually. Meanwhile... around at all the stuff. HV Miner is faster, has longer range, and has more fortune than the previous two. If you want a better one, look into the multi-block tab. It's recommended to take one with you to the moon to gather meteoric iron. Compelling. Okay, do not care about that. Mixing at high voltage. There are better alloys we need to do at high voltage? Apparently so. Oh, nope. We found them. These specific ones. Saturated monazite rare earth dust. Calcite... Oh, well, seaweed concentrate, I suppose. Thorium-based liquid fuel. Solid super fuel. Diluted monazite sulfate. MTBE reaction mixture butene. Butane as well. Cetane boosted diesel. Incolloy 20. Incolloy DS. Talonite. Inconel 792. Astral silver. 690. Ceres just glowstone from Ceres. Okay. Other planetary glowstones. Magic solid super fuel. What do we get to the... Okay, here's tantalum carbide. Finally an alloy. Lapatron, the hydrogen chloride mix. Different than your normal hydrogen chlorine for some reason. Tungsten carbide. Crushed ice. Superconductor base high voltage. Okay, so the high voltage superconductor. Magic solid super fuel. Tantalloy. Energetic silver. Sounds important. End steel. Energetic alloy in a different way. I think I remember that. Stabaloy. Celestial crystal shard. Raw atomic separation catalyst. Magic solid super fuel. Melodic alloy. Vibrant alloy. Nichrome. We need it for nichrome. Interesting. Yep, need it for nichrome. Okay, so nichrome's gonna be a whole thing. How you doing here? Still processing. I really want to look, but I'm trying to hold off for the suspense. Yeah, I think awkwardly we've just sort of entered a waiting phase. We gotta wait for the plants to grow, we gotta wait for the thermal centrifuge. I could make more things, but... morale is a little shot. How are you doing? Okay, so this is level 2. Alright. Guess we keep going. But just in a wait and see kind of way, not in an actually progress kind of way, because I think I'm good. We've made some material I mean, we did the objective today, which was to get 1,000,000 copper and a bunch of sphalerite. Let no one say that we did not do today's objective. We did it. We most certainly did it. We also got a few more high voltage things, even if we're not using them quite yet. Alternate idea here. What if we reversed it and we just put one high voltage thing? We swapped out the 4 amp diode to a 1 amp high voltage diode. Then put the transformer inside. Okay, maybe this is a little... I think we'll keep it at the 4 amp. We'll step up from inside. Or... I don't know if we have the percent real estate to do this. We technically do. We could swap out this for a high voltage diode, or just a high voltage hull. Same deal. It's technically a diode. And just use that to power the things over there, instead of the whole transforming bit. We already have the transformer, though. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at that. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this. And I'm thinking that we may need to take a full, proper, official push towards just dedicated production lines for certain things. Like, I kind of want a station that just makes resistors. It makes transistors. It makes capacitors. It makes small coils. Just make red alloy. We just have so much of it that it's just ready for whatever circuit we're making. I don't know if that's feasible. But dang if these ain't expensive. We're burning them as fast as we're making them. And if we made them faster, it would burn them faster. I think we're gonna have to do some scheming. We're gonna have to do a little... I think we need to make a clipboard level budget for all of the rocket stuff. Like, we need to make a big list of everything we need, going several quests into the future. Prepare all of it at once, to the extent that we can. And then just launch ourselves into the future. Aside from the whole NASA line, go to the moon thing, I want... I've shown desire for the distillation tower, the vacuum freezer, because I think those are important technological advances. I want that moon, though. And then, I feel like we're on the... precipice of ME. Like this panel thing, we can kind of do that technically. This thing, I mean, that's just power. Cable is just a lot of quartz. I mean, this is pretty extensive, and I've never done... Where's its storage time? It's tier 4. To make an AE system, you'll need all 4 patterns. Collect them all. If you hit EV without getting all of them, you can also make them yourself. By the way, you need a ton of titanium to do AE too. If you can't make it, you won't get much anywhere. Good to know. But then what's this about? Applied Energistics Network. Maybe we can... What do these do? What's their function? purify them, then we get this whole thing. ME bus, interfacing with machines, formation annihilation. What the heck does any of this mean? And we have to go from here to get here. Oh no, getting your first processor goes this way. You also need cables. What the heck is this thing? What does any of this mean? Oh, goodness. Spatial storage, item storage, fluid storage, Essentia storage. Is there power storage? Maybe that's redundant. We get another level on this? No, okay. I'm just sitting here stalling. I can plan, I can scheme, I can look at all the recipes and be like, what the heck do I do? But I'm not going to do it here. Plus, it's been 4 hours. It's a respectable amount of time to be streaming. It's actually the theoretical maximum, but I keep being illegal and breaking physics. As you do in Greg, eventually. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day and good night.